Weird. Okay, and this one is set to ultra low latency. Awesome. All right, so my vertical should be pretty responsive, whereas my horizontal YouTube is going to be like a 30-second delay. For that, I apologize. All right, so for those who've left, who commented, I apologize if I missed your message. It looks like I'm not receiving everything for some reason. Good evening, Devtron. Hello, Hick. Apologize, I didn't see you guys. Yo, can you help me with my project a little, please? I just need help with the API key. Depends on your project, man. Delphi being there is wild. Yeah, Delphi is ancient. Hello, undefined. Apologize, guys. I'm still trying to figure out these tools I'm using, and apparently they aren't picking up all of the YouTube messages for some reason. So I'm having to use the YouTube site itself. In fact, I think I want to test and see. Test. Did that get received by me? Always blame Google. I am with you 100%. All right, I am receiving Twitch. I'm receiving Twitch just fine. I'm not receiving any YouTube messages. Gosh darn it. Uh, let's try a sign in. Okay, that might have worked. I don't know which one this is though. Which YouTube did I sign into? Select live sources. Okay, both of these activate selected. Oh, maybe that's what I got wrong. Oh, okay. I think we're good now. Again, I apologize, my YouTube viewers. I did not realize because I am a noob. But this is a lesson I will have learned. Auto activate was turned off. That's why. Auto activate is now on. Okay. All right. Now we should see some YouTube chat at some point. Maybe. They may have already left me. All right. So with the application built, I should be able to run. Where is the Flutter extension? It's all the way down here. How do I need to like move this. Flutter needs to come all the way up to here. What is this? Timeline. Flutter Dev Tools. Flutter Widget Preview. Okay, there we go. Hey, that worked. Thank you, Devtron. I appreciate you testing that for me. I see your poke. That's the first message I saw through my stream so far. But I did see you say hi. Okay, so with Flutter, I built this. I can now launch this on Windows. Actually, I could even launch it in the web. I need to make sure this pops up for the stream, though. There should be a function I can hit. Yeah, so this is something I really like. Let me, do I need to zoom in for you guys? I probably need to zoom in. Running the application is integrated in line with the main Dart. So I can just click on debug here. It's got to build. I need to make that available. Something like that, I think. You can see how bright this window is on how it lights up my face the larger this gets. Oh, I thought for sure that would do a reload, but I guess you can't. That's modifying state. That's a little different. All right, so putter, flutter, pub, add flame, putter, add flame. Flutter, pub, add flame. Four packages have newer versions, incompatible with dependency constraints. Try Flutter Pub outdated for more information. Okay, so this is how we build our assets into the application, it looks like. Using Flame 137, Flutter 311, or is that Dart? I think this is Dart. Dart 311. Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean to blind you. I have too many people who watch me and it's like midnight or 1 or 2 in the morning. You guys are crazy. Okay, so I don't actually need any of this, so I think I can just start following this. See what this look. Oh, errors exist in my project. Player isn't defined for the type my world. Oh, is this going through a tutorial? Do I need to define player. That's fair. That is perfectly fair. So I know this Flame application supports components. Not 100% sure how it does it. Did you... Looking for mock job interviews for embedded programming? I haven't done a lot of embedded programming myself. I would have to assume to expect some kind of interviewing questions dealing with like how to optimize memory, understanding like memory layout, cache coherency, things like that. Probably goes a long way, I'm assuming. Okay, so this is just a plain old black background, but we do have a window. I need to learn about these components. Oh. These components support anchors, it looks like. That's cool. No, I haven't done that. Oh, gosh, interviews are so tough. Mainly because, especially like if I were to make some public, the problem is for me is I see what other people are going through. Hey Nathan, like I'm aware that like leak code questions exist and things like that. But a lot of that is coming from, large corporations that have to deal with thousands and thousands and thousands of applications. And so they have to have at least some kind of filter to get to weed out anyone who absolutely has no idea what they're doing, right? Whereas for me, I've always worked in a much significantly smaller what do you call it? Domain, if you will, right? I'm talking, instead of working for companies that are like hundreds of thousands of employees, I work for companies that are like thousands or just a couple hundred or 30, right? And so the needs are a lot different for me and what I'm interviewing for than like what a massive company looks for. For me, on a smaller team, for a smaller business, I'm always looking for, especially like junior engineers. If we have a need for a junior or even an intern, I'm always looking for the interest, right? Do you have a project out there that you've worked on? I don't care how bad it is, but did you try? Did you succeed? What did you learn? What did you enjoy about it? Why? Here, this is one of the first questions I ask. This is one of the first questions I ask anyone I'm interviewing. Why? Why are you sitting here talking to me today? Right? Like, where is your interest coming from? Why did you go to school to learn this? Why are you watching me on this stream right now talking about programming in general, right? Like, something is driving you. Something is driving that interest. Something, now, if it's money, okay, I get it. I totally get it. But for me, because I'm looking for like-minded people to work for me, I've always been doing this, right? Ever since I was a kid. I've been tinkering. I've been trying out new projects. I've been just learning the next technology, right? It just so happened that my internship and career turned out to be C++, but I would have been doing something no matter what. That's the kind of people I want to work with, right? Just like-minded people. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for the guy who has studied 20 hours a week, 40 hours a week learning leak code. That being said, I totally get that there are people out there who need to do that in order to, make it past the filter of the big companies, right? The big companies that are doing the leak code questions. Like it's just, you have to if that's what you're looking for. Yes, this is Windows 11. This is Windows 11. I'm doing good. Hopefully you're doing well too. I would love to say hey to your friend. I don't have any clue how to pronounce that name, so I will say Apo. Hey Apo, using my my English, my American English language. Do the best that I can by applying my American English pronunciations. So that's kind of where I'm at when it comes to interviewing, because it all depends on your field or your area where you're working. And at the end of the day, like, practice. And I don't mean just practice like leak code, practice the interviews. You know, even if you're going to do bad at the interview, do them, right? Get interviews under your belt. Get used to talking in front of someone. Get used to speaking aloud your thoughts while you are doing programming, while you are developing. I mean, hell, I'm literally practicing right now. I am practicing speaking my thoughts aloud while as I try to explain to you how I go about doing interviewing, right? That goes a long way, being able to communicate. What do I consider tough interview questions? It doesn't take much for me, right? So coming from the perspective of a C++ engineer, working on a C++ project, I do have an expectation that anyone applying for the work I'm doing to know some C++, right? Because you got to think, I'm busy. Everyone's busy. Everyone on the team's busy. So I don't have enough time in a day to just sit behind someone and watch them code or review their code every day. So I have an expectation that, you know, you can handle your own syntax errors, right? You can handle, you know, common keywords about C++, static casting, dynamic casting. Can you tell me the differences? C-style casting. Can you tell me why you shouldn't do C-style casting? What's the difference between a unique pointer and a shared pointer? You know, just common C++ things. This is like the base level stuff I'll start to ask to weed out those who don't know C++, because they applied to a C++ job that expects them to know how to do some of that stuff, right? And then we get more into some general problem solving. And again, it's just to see like how the person thinks. Do they communicate to me, or do they put their head down and write, right? Like, hey, how does a standard vector pushback work? Can you kind of write some pseudocode for me that explains how that works? You know, that kind of thing. And then if they're just down there writing, and then now I'm just sitting here like awkwardly staring at them, and I'm like, okay, what's this guy thinking? What, I don't, is he stuck? What's his thought process? Because I want to know that my C++ engineer has a fundamental understanding on how a standard vector works, because it's like a fundamental data structure of C++. A significant portion of code that you'll ever write with C++ will use a vector in some fashion, most likely. Things like that, right? I'm not working for a massive corporation that needs to filter out thousands and thousands of employees. I need to filter out like 5-10 people, right, to hire the 1 or 2 people I need. So I'm not trying to like grill my interviewers into a depression. You know what I mean? I'm not sitting there being like, hey, I'm going to have you do this esoteric problem and then call you dumb at the end, right? I just want to know, like, especially for a junior engineer, I'm just talking like junior level stuff, right? I just want to know that you know the syntax of the language. You have seen some of how it's used. You've tried something on your own. You can look at a code snippet I give you and understand what I'm trying to say, that kind of thing. You haven't made a vector. So, like, I don't even I walk you through it, right? Like when I'm interviewing, I like to walk my candidates through it because I get it. Interviews are stressful. They're stressful as hell. I've done them, right? And even when I am employed, I am still applying to jobs. I'm not taking the jobs, but I'm still applying because it's practice. It's practice for me to be comfortable talking like I'm talking right now, right? Like if I was the type of person that showed up to an interview super nervous, not confident, and unable to communicate my thoughts, I wouldn't be able to stream like I am right now. I wouldn't be able to talk like I am right now. And I used to not be able to talk like this, right? It took years of practice. Like no matter what, it's all practice. Just because you might not be good at something today doesn't mean a year from now you'll still be bad at it, especially if you put forth the effort to learn. So if I'm asking someone like, hey, what's the underlying implementation of a standard vector? I'm not just saying, hey, write it from scratch. What I'm actually saying is, what is the underlying data structure of a vector? Right? The underlying data structure of a vector is an array. Oh, it's an array? Well, then, can you explain to me how a vector is able to dynamically resize if it's an array? Because an array is a fixed size, right? It's a fixed allocated block of memory. So how is a vector able to resize when you add an element to the end of it? And so that question right there, I need, especially like mid to senior level engineers, they have to know what that is. They have to. And you'd be surprised how many senior level C++ engineers come across me during interviews who cannot explain to me how a vector is able to resize if its underlying data structure is an array. Like, I need, like, you got to understand how that works. Now, a junior engineer, they might not know off the top of their head, but then that's where the challenge comes in, right? Can they figure it out? Like, all right, let's think about this. If you know an array is a fixed size block of memory and you add an element to the end of it, how do you do that and then still guarantee an array under the hood at the end of that operation? Oh, well, you got to allocate a new array, copy the previous array into it, right? Deallocate the old array. And a lot of times, at least the engineers that I end up hiring, they get to that point. They can, while they didn't know what a vector is under the hood, like how it is implemented under the hood, with some guidance, they can figure it out, right? Yep, just like that, Devtron. So, like that's like kind of the bare minimum I need from someone I'm interviewing for C++, right? So those are the kinds of things I'm asking. I'm not like I'll still do like some light, I would say easy level LeetCode types of stuff. Now I didn't call them LeetCode back then because LeetCode didn't exist. But same idea, right? Like, can you? I don't know. What's one that I would do? Oh, gosh, it's been a long time. I used to have one I really liked. I don't remember, but you know, it's one of those things where like, hey, you're given a list of integers or something like that. Can you count the number of occurrences in this an array? Do you need to sort it? Can you leave it randomized? You know, those kinds of like easy level LeetCode problems. That's really all I've ever done. I've never had to do much more than that. Because again, I'm not trying to like weed out or find the best candidate out of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 applications. Not today, yikes. I'm trying to I'm learning a game engine framework called Flame just for the fun of it. I like to explore different coding languages every now and then. Maybe someday I'll look at Rust. We'll see. Today it's called Flame. What is something that surprises me they would know? I'll tell you one. Have you heard of the CPP core guidelines? Because almost everyone I've talked to that does C++ has never heard of CPP core guidelines. That would surprise me. And it's a shame they don't know that, because they need to know it. If you are developing C++ today, I would say at least professionally, especially if you're like working with other people on your team, you need to be aware of the CPP core guidelines. Well, you guys are all talking C++. Maybe I need to switch over to some a toy C++ project to play around in. So CPP core guidelines, and this is Googleable, is written by Bjarne, or at least maintained by Bjarne and Herb Sutter. It is enforced by Clang Tidy. So it's not something I've made up, right? Like, this is a thing that exists. And it's basically a collection of what we have learned as a community writing C++ to write more safe, more maintainable, more readable C++, right? So my YouTube short that blew up when I was describing the rule of 5, I didn't make that up, right? This is known as the rule of 5. So what are we talking about here? If you define or delete any copy, move, or destructor function, you define or delete all of them. That's not something I'm saying. That's something the core guidelines are saying. That's something the C++ community has dictated, because over the years of writing C++, we have learned that not doing this causes significant issues, right? The reason: semantics of copy, move, and destruction are closely related, so if one needs to be declared, the odds are the others need consideration too. Declaring any copy, move, destructor function, even as default or delete, will suppress the implicit declaration of move constructor and move assignment operator. Declaring a move constructor or move assignment operator, even as default or delete, will cause an implicitly generated copy constructor or implicitly generated copy assignment operator to be defined as deleted. So, as soon as any of these are declared, the others should all be declared to avoid unwanted effects, like turning all potential moves into more expensive copies, or making a class move only. So here's a bad example. You have a struct called M2, and you define a destructor to delete an underlying array of memory, right? Given the special attention was needed for the destructor here to deallocate, the likelihood that the implicitly defined copy and move assignment operators will be correct is low. So that's kind of where all this stuff comes from, right? Deleted functions participating in name resolution has tripped me up more than once. Oh, yeah, deleted functions. Yeah, I mean, oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, C++ isn't for the faint of heart, right? That gets tricky. But yeah, I would, like, now, here's the thing, right? Because a lot of C++ engineers aren't tracking CPP core guidelines, especially like older engineers, right? Because they've been working in C++ since the 90s. They're probably at this point close to retiring. They don't have a need to, right? They've solved all their problems they need to solve. Now, you got to do it their way if you're working on their project. But I'll say this: if you're working for me, we're doing this, right? And we're using Clang Tidy to enforce it. So if you write a class and you did something like this where you defined a destructor, but you didn't at least at a minimum default the implementation of the moves and copies, it would fail the pipeline, right? If especially a junior engineer, if they showed up to me and was able to confidently speak on some topics inside the CPP Core guidelines, or even just knew that CPP Core guidelines existed, my mind would be blown, because it just doesn't happen, right? It just doesn't happen. This isn't something you learn in school. This is something you use and learn, or you start to use when you realize C++ is hard to write correctly, right? And you need to keep your code base maintainable, because if you don't, it costs your business money. Most tricky thing about templates, I think the most tricky thing about templates is writing like good templates, right? Fortunately, we live in a world now where concepts exist, so we'll be able to start using concepts inside your templates a little more to produce better error messages. But some of the hardest things about templates, obviously, is like trying to figure out what's not compiling and why, because it can get pretty convoluted pretty quickly. Yeah. Like I said, knowing CPP Core guidelines may or may not improve your chances of landing a job. It's still worth knowing when it comes to writing good C++ code, writing maintainable C++ code. For me, I'm easy. You show up and you could write or implement a standard vector. It doesn't, obviously not a perfect implementation, but if you could write a standard vector that shows me how it works under the hood and walk me through why you would want to move a vector instead of copying it, things like that, man, I would want to hire you on the spot, because I can teach you everything else you need to know. I don't mind teaching on my team, right? You'll learn over time, but if you understand the core, like the fundamental stuff, if you show up knowing CMake, that's awesome. That's one less thing I have to like teach you. But a lot of junior engineers don't show up learning CMake, because in school, at least where I'm from, in school, we're not taught like cross-platform development. We're taught how to compile a file. Maybe you're lucky enough and you'll also learn how to link against the library. I was never taught how to link against the library. So, oh my God, trying to figure out like all the compile errors when it comes to linking, or the link errors, like unresolved external symbol. What the hell is unresolved? Why is it external? And then why are you calling me a symbol? Hey, ABC. I would consider myself a software engineer, yes. I do a little bit more than programming, at least professionally. On stream, I am mostly tinkering with some different programming languages, playing around with making a game, which may or may not see the light of day, talking C++ to other viewers who are interested in listening, that kind of thing. Yeah, what's interesting is where I'm from in America here, after I graduated, my college stopped teaching C++ and they started teaching Java, which I guess makes sense, because if you were here earlier on the stream, we were looking at the TOB index. I don't know if anyone else is aware of this, but the TOB index shows like the most popularly searched languages in the world. And apparently Java, if we look here, Java back in 2002 was the most popular programming language. So if I graduated sometime after that, Java would have still been the most popular language. So it makes sense that my school stopped teaching C++ and started teaching Java. No, I don't do IT. I do like aircraft displays, modeling and simulation, stuff like that. So I'm very desktop or application based programming. So a lot of my experience comes from integrating different physics models that run at different frequencies, getting those onto display with visualization, building desktop GUIs, that kind of thing, all using C++. Yeah, I never enjoyed learning Java. I had to take maybe one class in school for Java, and I have worked I have worked at a company that had another team using Java, and I had to take their Java and integrate it with my C++, and that was a pain in the ass. I do not like Java. It is not fun for me. I understand, like, I get why it exists, and I like being able to write code that, you know, you write it once and it runs everywhere. Like, there is a benefit to that, right? There is a business benefit to that. So I get why it exists. Doesn't mean I have to like it. All right, my cat is here biting me. He always does this. Hey, Trill, what are you doing? I think he wants me to go feed him, so I will be right back. I don't know what he wants. He already has food. Let's see. For ask about my setup in VS Code. Writing CMake is kind of not cool compared to CLion with autocomplete. What is your stance on it? No experience with CLion. CMake with me in VS Code works fairly straightforward. I can show you real quick a simplified version of what I do. So this is open source. I have this on my GitHub page, but this is basically integrating CMake with dev containers to compile a C++ project on any platform you need: Mac, Windows, Linux, WebAssembly, Android. And so with CMake, I have it integrated with VS Code here to where I can just pick and choose what build preset I want to use. On Windows, I'm only going to get Windows, right? So I can select it, and then I also make use of VC package, which it is having an issue with. Maybe I just need to hit configure. With VC package manager for C++, I don't have to go to any GitHub page or download a library anywhere. It will automatically pull in the dependencies I need for my project. And in this project example, I'm using Raylib for visualization. So I just list Raylib here in VC package. So once it configures, I can come back into this CMake tab and hit build. And I also have a installed target I can set here once this it finished. So I make sure I have install selected. So when I hit build again, it will install my executable into this location. So then on the terminal, I can just do /build MSVC release installed bin. You guys aren't seeing this, are you? I don't want to deal with it right now. But you can use this to run your application, and then if I want to run it on Linux, I could just hop into the container. And you don't need VS Code for dev containers, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure like CLion, you could use dev containers as well. And if I don't have the image built, then it will sit here and build the image, but that's going to take a minute. But that's kind of how I do C++ development in general these days, is some kind of like cross-platform setup using CMake, Ninja, and then whatever compiler is available for your platform. Oh no, I'm not gonna beat my cat. Are you crazy? Feed. I'm gonna feed my cat. I actually think this dev container takes a minute because it's also going to download and install the Android SDK and NDK. So I'm gonna kill this. But yeah, I'm not nearly as experienced with Flutter and Dart as I am with C++. I know enough to know what I'm looking at, but like if I needed to like implement some kind of design pattern or something in Dart, I have to look that up. The difference between a $50 mic and a $400 mic. Use Android Studio for Kotlin. That makes sense. I've not used Kotlin before, assuming I'm pronouncing that right. I basically just jumped straight into Dart and Flutter. My cat's back. Like even stuff like this, I don't know if this is correct anymore. I think there's like a better way to. Well, see, I just don't know. Oops. I somehow opened up tab. So I need to look at their components because I need to add. I just want to add a shape. I don't need it to be a sprite component. I need it to be like. Oh, actually, I don't like this. How do you append components? Assume there's going to be an add function. Dude, cat, what do you want? Hey, come here. What are you doing? Oh, come here, come here. You gotta say hi to the stream. That's the rule. How's it going? Hmm? Can you say hi? Hmm? This is Trill. What are you doing? Hmm? What are you doing? What are you doing? Hmm? Why are you bugging me? Huh? Why are you bugging me? What are you doing? Huh? Trill's a boy. And he can get so much louder. He does he'll do like these high-pitched trills when he's purring. Some of it comes through on the mic, I think. Yeah, super dot position. You're right. You're right. I do remember being able to do something like that. I just don't remember the syntax. Isn't it like... Oh, is it just literally super... Oh, it's literally super dot position. I also read that like Dart is coming out with constructors or something like that, which looks more reasonable coming from like a C++ background. Because some of the things Dart does is a little confusing for me to look at. Oh no. I feel bad for anyone who has animal allergies. That's rough. Actually, I had years ago when I was a kid, I had an allergy test where they like, where did they do this? I think they did it on my shoulder, and they would like prick you with all the different allergens, and they would like put a grid on your arm so they could see how you react to all the different allergens. And it turns out I was slightly allergic to cats and dogs, just not enough for it to really affect my day-to-day life. Because I grew up on a farm with we had like 20 something cats, most of them being outdoors, so it wasn't like I was like around them 24/7. Oh, Swift, interesting. Yeah, I've not done Swift. Yeah, I'm with my background being like cross-platform C++, I will say that's something that I think C++ struggles with is ease of getting cross-platform working, right? Something like Flutter and Dart here, you saw how quickly I got this start up. I literally just do Control-Shift-P, Flutter new project, select, and I'm hitting the ground running, and this project will work on all the platforms. Whereas C++, I mean, some of you have witnessed or observed everything I've gone through to get some of this stood up. And I have a YouTube video I'm making. It might still be a week or two away. That's going to be more like tutorial based on basically how I set up my entire cross-platform C++ environment. Very, very long, very dry, but I'm going to try and put timestamps so that you can just click on whatever part you're interested in, and maybe someone out there will find it useful. But it basically walks you through setting up the entire CMake preset stuff for a Raylib Hello Triangle, Windows, Linux, Mac, WebAssembly, Android. Named constructors, that's what they were called. Yeah, I'm curious to try those out. Yeah, I figure if I wanted to do anything high performant with Dart Flutter, maybe I use their FFI, their FF interface, if you will. Write my own libraries in C++, since that's something I can do. It's been a minute since I've showed this. I'll show you my other Flutter project real quick, since I really don't know how to make progress on this one yet. Do I have it on my computer? Let me make sure I have it on my computer. I might not. It's right here. Does anyone here know what Magic the Gathering is? Ooh, I opened up the entire folder. That's not right. There we go. Of course we know Magic the Gathering. That's what I'm talking about. I would have been disappointed if no one here knew what Magic the Gathering is, because at that point, why the hell are you even trying to watch what I'm all about? Oh, wait a minute. I forgot I switched to 2026. Does not match the generator used previously. Either remove the cmake cache file or choose a different directory. Can I not just do like a delete the build folder? It's been a minute since I deleted the build folder. Let's try this again. Oh, okay. Make use of callbacks. That makes sense. And I assume the API is all C, so even if I write it in C++, I still have to provide a C API. All right, my cat. I'm going to let this build real quick. So I don't know if you guys, you guys may have seen him run by. I don't know. Can you see? You can't. So I have a rug, and my cat will sit there. If I don't pay attention to him, he will sit there and just start scratching it because he knows I will hear it, even with my headset on. And then he just sits there and waits for me to turn around and look at him. I don't know what he wants. He has food. Ridiculous. I think he wants outside, even though he knows he's not allowed outside. It's been a minute since I've built this on my computer. You know what? Let's try it in the browser. See if it'll work in the browser. You're not wrong. The cat knows exactly how to push my buttons. Okay. I'm going to switch over to my desktop real quick so you guys can see this. So, Magic the Gathering, right? Obviously, it's a life tracking app. There's all kinds of life tracking apps out there. So, I'll be honest, I don't know if I'll ever release this or not. It's taken a lot of effort to get it to this point, but there's still a lot more work I need to do. But the reason I'm making this is I want the option to track all of the stats that occur in a game of Magic the Gathering, which starts with determining who goes first. Oh man, this version's out of date. Hang on. I have a newer version. I usually do my Flutter development on Mac, so I haven't updated this. Let me... Oh, I'm 31 commits behind. This is way out of date. AI. AI is on everyone's mind. My thoughts on AI is it is a tool, just like a debugger is a tool. Professionally speaking, you have a job to do, and that is to solve whatever problem your business needs solved, and to do so quickly and as efficiently as possible. So if your business wants you to use AI, you're going to use AI. I think if you're not careful, so like say you're just building your own project or you're wanting to do stuff to learn, that's a little different, right? I think AI is really easy to not have to critically think, right? It becomes real easy for you to go like, oh, hey, implement this for me. Or even just like, hey, what's the better way to do this, right? And have it give you some options. I mean, I have literally ran into this problem myself where I am like, I'm stuck and I get stuck on a problem. I know how I think I would want to solve the problem, but I would like to know other options first so I can make a better decision. And then the AI will be like, hey, here are the options, and here is why your option isn't good, right? But here's the thing. I know my option's good, but the AI sits there and tells me it's not good. And it argues with me that it's not good. So you know what I do? I cuss at it. Has anyone gotten into a shouting match with the AI yet? I will cuss at that AI, and we get into an argument about why my solution's wrong or incorrect and their solution is right. And I'm like, no, you dumb POS. You don't know what you're talking about. So like AI is useful, and it is like any other tool, as powerful as the wielder. And if I can, I'm going to use it, right? There isn't a reason for me not to use it yet. Other than expense. I don't know if you guys saw, but AI is, at least GitHub Copilot, which is what I use, the costs are about to go up a lot. I pay like the $40 a month version of Copilot, and now it's going to be like 300 something a month. So we'll have to see how that works out for me. No, this isn't a game. This is a mobile app I'm working on. It's currently rendering in the browser. Actually, anyone, if you're curious, you can go to the website. Let me... So I have a website called edhstat.com that I am building a life tracking stat tracking app in order to keep track of the history of games you play with your friends, so that you can kind of determine over the course of time who the problem is, right? Who should you focus your commander damage on? Do you need history to figure out who did what to you when, right? So this is available for anyone to try out if you care to. It does like this drawing thing so that you can choose who you're targeting, right? So maybe you're only targeting this guy, and you're going to do, I don't know, 5 commander damage to them. Or maybe you have a commander that deals damage to everyone, right? So you do 3 to them, 3 to them. So it lets you kind of pick and choose how you want to assign your damage. You can also loop it to yourself to have damage be dealt to everyone. You can apply poison counters. So now everyone has a poison counter. So on and so forth. And then there's also like history of the game as you play it. So that if you need to see like who's done what. Oh, yeah. So, like, long term, everything you see here so far is what you can run locally. But, you know, at the end of the day, if I can, I would like to make money. And so the subscription feature, if you will, is I hook this up to a real-time database and allow you to connect and store your games in the cloud if you so choose. But locally, you would still be able to store whatever you need. And it doesn't work in the web, but I did implement the ability to host local games on Wi-Fi. The cloud feature obviously would be a paid feature, but you could host this locally, and then anyone else on the network can see the rooms available to join, and then they can choose to join a room, and then you would each have access to the same state on your own phone. That way you don't have to give up your phone to the middle of the table in order to play your game, right? So I'm sure there are other apps out there like this. There are other apps that have so many more features than I do. I mean, I'm a solo developer, right? But I'm slowly, I say slowly, like I've been working on this for about 2 years now. Part of the reason I'm slow is I'm like learning Flutter, but still trying to figure all this out. And I can't really show it off in mobile. Oh wait, I can show this off. So you can like choose color. I don't have No. So you can imagine, like, you'll eventually have other local settings for your player card, that kind of thing. Let me make this look more like a phone. Here you would see like the combined history of all your games listed here. You could click into an individual game, see who won the game, view the details, and then be able to like look through all the different charts that occurred that show all the stats of the game. It has turn timer, all that fun stuff. Profile settings, the ability to add a deck, specify a color, so on and so forth, and eventually like the leaderboard. So you want to keep track of the history of who's been winning games and maybe how they've been winning, so on and so forth. All of that I'm trying to put into this app. I think step one is release the app as like a life tracking app, and then I'll start building up more of the features. So I think I'm really close to the life tracking part, which is why I made this website to start like getting people to like get their eyes on it and see if it's like even worth using or not. So that's what I have been actually building in Flutter. Crazy dedication to destroy your opponents. You're not wrong. I did create a YouTube short a few weeks ago where I was like, have you ever been so spiteful you spent the next 2 years of your life building an app to prove that you're the one that's always focused on? Yeah, that's my intention, is all of that you'd be able to use locally, but then if you want the cloud features, the cloud saves, that kind of thing, the cloud rooms where you don't need to connect to a Wi-Fi network in order to like join or host a room, I think all of that would be behind like a couple dollar subscription, something like that. I haven't done the math. I don't know like how much it would cost me to host the servers, or I wouldn't host the servers. I would use the service, but I don't know like what the cost ratio would be, because I could do like a couple bucks a month per user, but if I only get like 5 users, that might not be enough to cover server costs. We'll see. To be determined. What I'm curious is if Flame has a way to add like a drawable component. Ooh, it does. Oh, hell yeah. Hey, meh. Feels weird calling someone meh. Let's go with Medi. How's it going, Medi? Debug visualizations. What if I want to use the shape for an actual visualization? So it looks like this is what I want. There's got to be a way to add these components to like an entity or something. Oh, do you just add components to components? Oh, you can define state to be changed or to be shown on hot reload. That's kind of cool. Okay, so flame game add. So it is just components. So position component is the player. That makes sense. So then I need to do on load to add multiple other components. Hmm. Oh man, writing for your diploma. Well, good luck with that. I really appreciate you coming by and spending some of your time here. I don't envy anyone who has to study or put in a bunch of effort for school. I don't miss it. I was so ready and done when I finished college, university, whatever you guys call it. Um, I forgot what I was doing. It's also a skill to like be able to talk to you guys and also try and remember what I was trying to do. Trying to do I need a geometry component. What am I missing? Shape component. Polygon component. Polygon.relative. Polygon component.relative. Oh, and I can scale it. Oh, that's kind of nice. You know what I really like to use AI for? It's what you're seeing right now. Just the like the ability to autocomplete. Well, assuming it gets it right. Oh my gosh. I spoke too soon. Okay. Well, this doesn't look right at all. Okay, I spoke too soon. I don't like it. I'm just gonna let's copy this to start with. Is the flame documentation out of date? Did the AI know it better than the flame documentation? Requires parent size. With this constructor, you define polygon component in relation to the parent size of the shape. Oh my god. I think the AI's auto-generated example was more correct than the documentation itself. What? Or I'm reading this wrong. Yeah, this doesn't have a size property anymore. It's just parent size. Do I need to pass this in? What is this? First try? This should be like a square or something. Oh, it's gonna be, well, it won't be tiny. Oh my god, yeah. You just saw the pets? Heck yeah, good observation. I can throw a ball and it'll chase the ball. Bloop, bloop, bloop. And you can add pets. You can add all kinds of stuff. Let's add a squirrel. Oh, I have to give him a name. Rubber duck, we'll call Ducky. Guys ever see Land Before Time? Ducky. Squirrel. Let's do a brown squirrel. Nutsy. But yeah. Okay, sweet. So okay, we can work with this. So components can be nestable, kind of like Godot nodes. So that makes sense. Now the question is, do I even need a position component, or could I technically add a shape here? And would that put it in the corner? Oh. I wonder if 0, 0's in the center because this is using a world object. So if I wanted to give this guy a position, what I could do is just final position component, add the shape. So then I add position. So this should be down to the right a little, I think. Boom. That makes sense. Is there a way to visualize a frame rate? This is where I find AI to be very useful. I know how to do frame rates. I know how to visualize them. I just don't know the Flutter API to do it. So I can just hop on over to here and be like, add an FPS counter to the top left corner of my display. The Flame Game World centers 0, 0 is in the center of the display. I want UI on top of this. Does this already exist? Oh, yeah, it does. It exists with Flame. Awesome. Hmm. Wonder if there's a way to turn vertical sync off. Oh, you guys can't even see that. It's covered up by let's try and anchor it bottom right. Oh, well that didn't work. That's not right. Um There we go. All right. Interesting. Oh no, what was that? That was Is there not a way to Oh, excuse me. Hmm. provides you with a simple yet effective game loop implementation and the necessary functionality that you might need in a game. For instance, input, images, sprites, sprite sheets, animation, collision detection, component system that we call the Flame component system. We also provide standalone packages that extend the Flame functionality. Pick and choose whatever you want. I don't even know if I need this for what I'm trying to do. To run Flame, I mean, I will want, I think I want input controls. Wait, does this not support joystick? Here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, so I can add controller callbacks to a component, which will give me access to. Okay, so how do I get that? How do I install this? Package, Flame gamepads. Example. Maybe I already have it. Flutter components, Flutter game. Gamepads, game example, gamepads. Air components. Text components. I'm not seeing. This is a terrible example. Maybe I already have it. with gamepad callbacks. Let me just try that. Classes can only mix in mix-ins. What? Extends the component with callback at override. Right here. I'm missing this. So I'm probably missing Flutter pub add flame gamepads. Okay, so gamepad button A, if the value is not 0. Except I don't want to do it like this. I want to do like oh, we have to check if it's a button or an axis event and then grab its value. Okay, wait a minute. If event is... No, that's not right. If event dot axis is not null. Sure, why not? I just want to see if this works. Wow, that is really choppy. On events is not where it's at. That is not smooth. Oh, no. It's actually not bad when it's like constantly moving X, Y. But when you just do one direction, it's like choppy as all hell. All right. I have a couple ideas why, because I'm sure I'm handling the events wrong. I'm gonna use the bathroom. You found a pig eating food quickly, relaxing to watch. I don't know if I can help you with that one. Halfway through. Oh my gosh, stop motion has always just like blown my mind. So impressive. Tried to draw a triangle. No, it's not working. Position. We had a player at 0, 0. Start at x 0.5, y negative 0.5, x negative 0.3. Wait a minute, am I doing this wrong? I'm doing this wrong. This should be 0. And this should be positive. Let's try that again. Oh, you can run Open Dart in Android Studio? I don't think I knew that. Right, animation component sequenced. There's an image object. You can load all your images. You have an Ember player that you add to the world. Ground block, platform block, water enemy. So we can define different types of enemies. That makes sense. Which will be placed in a new folder called managers. Segment manager. Just trying to see how the game manages data. Full segment would look like. These are block positions. Okay, so this is a segment. So this describes what we're looking at here. Grid position segment, all that makes sense. Yes, technically, if that's what you want to call it, yes. It is a Flutter game dev using a framework called Flame built on top of Flutter to do the game logic and all that fun stuff. Input handling, collision detection, what have you. I'm just looking. I just felt like playing around with something else. It's tough. I want to do C++, but I do C++ every day for 40 hours a week. So I get a little burned out, so I'm trying to like mix things up a little bit. Honestly, what I probably need to do is find a smaller C++ project I could work on to share off with everyone. I just don't know what C++ project I would work on that people would find useful or interesting. What game? This is right now it's nothing. But maybe an aircraft combat simulation style game, top down tactical situation. I have a prototype that I did in Godot, and I have a website that kind of shows it off a little bit. Briarthorn. So this thing here, the idea is you're flying an aircraft around. You have a radar, and maybe you'll upgrade your radar to have different abilities kind of thing, and you'll try and find what's out there, what's shooting at you, and then you need to fight for survival, RPG, that kind of thing. Yeah, C++ is tough. Especially if you like jump into a middle of someone doing C++ and you weren't there from the beginning, you can get lost in the sauce real quick. But to be fair, that's probably true for a lot of programming. If you're not like really like following along, you're kind of just looking at a bunch of text and wondering like what in the world is happening. So it's tough. I'm trying to I haven't figured it out yet, but I want to figure out something that would be fun to watch and also maybe learn or, follow along kind of thing. But yeah, currently this evening, I figured I would take a look at Flutter. I have a little bit of experience with Flutter building a mobile app, and so I was just curious to see because I heard about this Flame engine, and also Toyota of all companies is building a game engine using Flutter, like a full-blown like 3D console grade game engine using Flutter, which is insane. And I am so excited to see what they do with it. Fluorite Game Engine. The first console-grade game engine fully integrated with Flutter. Well, so, like, one of the uses for Flutter is touch screens in automobiles, right? And I guess Toyota was like, well, if we want to build the next generation of touch displays in automobiles, we need a full-blown game engine. So let's use Flutter. I guess I actually don't. They had a whole. They actually had like a presentation. So there's YouTube videos on this where they talk about this. But apparently, they are using Flutter, Dart, and Flutter to build this game engine, and it's like, oh man, this is actually kind of cool. But it's been coming soon for like the past couple of months, so I've been waiting patiently. But I am pretty excited. I guess it's going to be entity component based. So I guess they're like, to keep it performant, a lot of their game logic, if you will, is written in C++. And then the visuals are, the front end is Flutter, as I currently understand it. But yeah, I am impatiently waiting for this to happen. So if it happens anytime soon, maybe I can get ahead of it by learning a little bit of Flutter. And I was able to get a triangle rendering on the screen, and I can, with a controller, move it around a little bit. It's a little choppy, so I'm almost certainly doing this incorrectly. Part of it might be the fact that I'm not, actually, you know what? That might be the fact. I'm not integrating time with the movement, but I don't know how to access on update functions for these components. So that's really what I need to figure out. Controlling movement. Here we go. Is it similar to Java? I've always struggled a little bit with Java, but it's also been like 15 years since I've looked at Java, so it wouldn't surprise me if this is similar. On key event is pressed. How do you handle time? Horizontal direction is -1. Okay, so we're building a velocity vector. Move speed. Okay, here we go. Update. At override update with a delta time. So is it update? Do all components have an update? No. No. Ah, the Flame game has an update function. Ooh, but if you override it, don't you lose this? Oh, I see. Yeah, they make sure they call. Is this really how you're supposed to do updates? That's a little crazy. I don't know if I like that. Let's take a look at this one. Sprite animation, onload, update. Okay, so this is a component that overrides an update function. Why am I not seeing that? Maybe not all components have an update. Maybe it's the base class. There it is. Okay, so components do have an update function. So if I want to do any logic in my components, that's how I would do it. Okay, so Flame is essentially node based, like Godot is. I don't know if I like that either. Maybe I will stick to C++ and QML. I'm not a huge fan of like object-oriented updates. Dude, Devtron, like the whole reason I even have this is because like I knew I was going to be streaming and I was like, well, and I knew I wanted this more vertical layout because I've been getting views on the vertical version on YouTube. Like most, I don't know why, but most of my views are coming from YouTube on the vertical layout versus this like standard desktop horizontal layout. And so I wanted a way to configure VS Code to work more vertically. And it turns out, when I looked up a YouTube video on how to like configure VS Code, it was like, oh, you can do all this stuff to customize. I was like, ooh, what's all this? I was like, pets? You can have pets? Oh my gosh. So now I have pets. Yeah, so this does, man, this isn't what I was hoping. Nested updates. That's a tough sell for me. Called every time the component is removed from a tree. On remove is called. On mount is called when the component is added to its parent. Okay. I mean, it's still kind of cool. It's just this is a very standard object-oriented game engine, which is perfectly fine. But I could just do that myself in C++, so I don't know if this is anything I really need. Like when I see stuff like this, I'm like, dude, I could write that in an afternoon in C++. So I don't really get any benefit from using this myself. Oh, that makes sense. If it shows up as like a YouTube short almost that people can just see as they're doom scrolling. So what you're saying is I need to figure out a way to tap into the doom scrollers to pull more views in. Should I need to make like I need to make some kind of application I'm developing that says, "Hey, doom scrollers, enter here." Now you got me curious. I want to see what this looks like on my phone. Did you doom scroll me? Heck yeah. Hey, since actually I don't know. All right, I'm testing this out because it looks like you are on the horizontal version. So I'm gonna look up, raise my hand. Now let's see how long it takes for the video to show. No, this is taking a minute. Because I've been working on figuring out the latency issues with YouTube. Oh my gosh, yeah, that took every bit of like 30, 45 seconds. All right, I'm gonna look at the vertical now. All right, does vertical happen quicker? Oh, okay. Yeah, so vertical happens so much quicker. Yep, okay. So I almost have all this figured out. My horizontal view is still delayed. All right, yeah. So if you are watching horizontally, like if you're watching in the standard view, I am coming at you from the past by about 30, 45 seconds. So if I don't respond to like a message from you immediately, that's probably what is happening. On vertical, I think I've got it fixed. So I still have to figure it out for horizontal. So maybe next stream I will get that figured out. But I apologize if I am slow to response. They don't teach you all this in streaming school. I'm having to figure this out myself. I need to hire a streamer IT. I just need to hire like a popular live streamer to come out to my house and set everything up real quick. Okay, so this is like really straightforward stuff. Yeah, I figured out like there's like a built-in latency for YouTube because it needs the ability to auto-generate closed captions and do some other stuff. And I can turn that off if I want quicker response, right? And I think I had it on by default or originally because I was trying to stream 2K or 4K streams. But I have found that hasn't been that beneficial, so I have since changed back to 1080p. And with 1080p, I don't need that extra processing room to do the stream, so I need to turn the latency down. The only downside is you lose out on the closed captioning if anyone's actually using that. Yeah, okay. So Flutter Flame is, now that I'm actually looking at Flutter Flame's code, it's really straightforward. It's written in Dart, and I don't know Dart, so it's a lot harder for me to like come up with API implementations on how I would want to do this. I could straight up implement Flame in C++ pretty easily. Like everything it's doing here, I've written hundreds of times in C++ before. Really straightforward stuff. And honestly, in C++, it'd probably be a little bit more performant, even if it is object-oriented based. And I would have the benefit of using like SDL3 for gamepad controls. It would give me an excuse to do more C++ development. Gosh. You're always told to not write a game engine, right? To make your game, not write a game engine. But now I'm wondering if it would be worthwhile to write a game engine, not because I want to make a game or anything, but because it would give me an excuse to talk C++ to those who are interested in learning. I'm assuming most people who are coming to my stream are appearing because I was talking about C++ in some of my YouTube shorts. So I could still do that. It just, the goal changes, right? Because I go from trying to make a game to just being instructional and almost like tutorial based. You just looked up C++ IDEs and Dev C++. I've never, what is Dev C++? I'm a Visual Studio developer originally. I would say the first 10 years of my career has been Visual Studio. I started with Visual Studio 2008, and I mean, I have 2022 on my computer, 2026. I haven't used 2026 yet, but I have it. 2026. But since then, I've swapped to VS Code because of dev containers and the extensions that VS Code provides. Devtron, that's fair. It's kind of messed up that I only show off C++ knowledge in my shorts, and then people show up and it's like, what is this? What are you doing? This doesn't look like C++ at all. Oh, Bloodshed. Gosh, that sounds so familiar. Stand by. Why is my window not opening? Here we go. Thanks for stopping by, Mohammed. What are we working on? Well, that's an interesting question. I'm in the middle of an existential crisis. Where'd I get the wallpaper from? I Googled it. I don't know. It, to be honest, it kind of looks AI generated. It looks kind of cool. But I was just Googling for like Celtic druidic background thing. But anyway, Mohammed, what are we working on? I am, or was, exploring Flutter, Dart programming language, Flutter, the cross-platform mobile application, web, desktop application framework, to see what its capabilities were. And now I'm realizing, based on looking at the code, that a lot of what it does, I could just do in C++ pretty quickly and straightforwardly. And talking with chat, it might be more worthwhile that I stick to my guns and do some C++ and kind of like provide what essentially provide some talking points on C++ as I'm doing active development. I have competing interests in my head that I struggle with, right? I want to make a game, but I don't have a clear picture of what that game looks like yet. I also want to talk C++. Maybe I make a game engine, but you know, you always hear don't make a game engine, make a game, right? So maybe I can kind of do both, but more focus on the game engine aspect, because with the game engine, I can actually talk more about C++ itself. Whereas if I'm making a game, it's going to be more about game design and that kind of thing, which I'm not good at or an expert at. So like anyone watching me will watch me struggle and have to watch me figure it out as I go. At least with the C++ game engine side of things, I could potentially provide some of my own knowledge and use my own experience. I've never made a game engine, but I've written modeling simulation frameworks, which are very similar. It's kind of the same thing, honestly. It's input handling, it's rendering. I would probably just use like a C++ library to handle a collision or like physics if I actually needed physics. I am a big component of using libraries versus reinventing the wheel if at all possible. But it would be kind of cool to build up this game engine to show off and help people out. I am not opposed to that. So I'm kind of figuring this out as I go. So let's do this. I have this repo in GitHub called Awin. right? Awin is my initial attempt at doing like C++ game engine-ish types of stuff where I'm writing some code. I initially swapped it over to Qt QML just to kind of play around with that as well. The problem with that is the dependency load is so big that my pipelines take forever to build. So with Awin, maybe I refocus, do some object-oriented C++ game engine design and development, and use this for my own personal game project on the side, and we can go from there. So it is already, I'm already 2.5 hours in the stream. I've written like 10 lines of code. So I've got a decision to make. I'm probably on here for maybe 2 more hours. I think one of the issues I've been running into with Awin is I do provide support for WebAssembly and Android, but maintaining that is complicated. So maybe I stick to just the desktop applications for now, because that's almost certainly what most developers are looking to do. Embedded too, of course. But I don't have any embedded devices. Well, that's not true. I technically, if you guys squint your eyes and look really closely, I do have a Raspberry Pi server rack back there that I did a little bit of Kubernetes on and then never touched since. So okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do my favorite part of software development. You guys, you tell me if you guys enjoy this too. It's called deleting everything until it works. I actually need to make sure I'm on a good branch. And I'm also on version, let's see, I'm on VC package April 27. So I've been running into an issue with Raylib, like Raylib 6.0. I figured to keep it simple, we could use Raylib for our graphics, if that makes sense for everyone else. The other option is SDL3. SDL3 is insanely powerful, but you gotta know what you're doing. It is much more complicated than Raylib. This is the problem I ran into. I talked to you guys and then I forget what I was going to do. Oh my god, what was I going to do? Oh yeah, I remember. I did see, and I also added a comment that someone said there was an issue with Raylib, and I want to see if anyone else has addressed it. I don't think they did. I did get a thumbs up. Oh! Oh, I didn't realize. Okay, so someone called out Raylib 6 having an issue with our package manager. Explained the simple implementation. I said, hey, I can confirm I've ran into this issue myself. And he said, I'm a beginner. Maybe the problem is GLFW. And I said, here's a Reddit post describing the issue. And he said, I tried the official Raylib 6 pre-build for Windows and it worked without any problems. So why not in VC package use the already compiled Raylib? And I said, that's not how VC package works. VC package has to support multiple platforms. They do so by compiling from source. The real solution here is to figure out how Raylib compiles that DLL and update the Raylib port file and VC package to do the same thing. Maybe even add a feature to Raylib to enable disable this busy wait thing. And then I got a thumbs up from one of the maintainers themselves. Like, yeah, you know what you're talking about. Sometimes, if you're ever looking to contribute to open source, a good, useful comment like this, that counts as contribution. At least in my eyes, right? Like, if I'm interviewing someone and like, hey, have you ever contributed to open source? I mean, be honest, right? I've never done any merge requests, but I have left comments on problems I tracked down that actually helped someone else solve the problem. That's useful. I find that highly useful. But based on this, the ticket isn't open or hasn't been started, so no one's working on this yet. So we have to stick to Raylib 5, which is fine. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to play the nuke game. We're going to... Oh, wait. I'm inside a dev container, and that's slow. Let me reopen locally. Don't show again. I think all of this stuff is committed, so if I delete it and I decide to change my mind for whatever reason, I should still be good. So I'm going to delete this. Why is my... Oh, this thing is massive. I was like, why is my computer being so slow? So how much, what kind of a C++ experience do we have out here? Are we all still just like in school and learning, reading books, following tutorials? Or is there anyone out there actually getting paid to do C++? I want to keep my CMake presets. That's going to be important. We'll keep the Awin app because that's a good example. And all of this will be open source. I don't think I'm going to use an entity component system. That makes the game engine more complicated. And it's not guaranteed performance. That's a great question. I would say, so professionally, I am currently on C++ 20, so there's not like a lot of differences, but for me, like concepts, I think that's C++ 20. I find concepts very beneficial, especially from like a compile time enforcement. Standard expected from C++ 23 is a new way to do error handling, which I really like. And I haven't gotten to use a lot because I'm only using C++ 20. So maybe I'll use expected in this code base. But I don't think there's like massive changes. I think the big changes are coming in C++ 26. I think C++ 26 with the introduction of reflections, that's going to be an entirely brand new language. And I don't think I'm being like facetious here or hyperbolic. I think reflections is an entirely new language. You're literally going to be able to write code that generates code without like any kind of registrations. It just reads your code at compile time to generate code. And what that means is someone could, like Zig, implement reflection to use C++ to generate your build files. That would be kind of cool. Or write a C++ build step that auto-generates into CMake if you need to have that translation layer, because CMake's so ingrained into anything C++ related. I can't imagine what people are going to be able to come up with for C++. Reflections. What is this? Let's delete this. All right, so I need to clean all this up. I think this stays the same. I'm still using ClangD. I still want my pets. Oh, wait, does this not have my pets? No, this is open source. I probably shouldn't recommend like theming extensions for people. I should only recommend the tools you actually need. So we don't need this. I do want all this. I don't need any of this. You know what? I'm gonna delete it. We're gonna delete it. Delete. This is the best way to do programming. Delete everything. Docker ignore. Why are we doing Docker ignore? Exclude build artifacts and VC package heavy cache directories from any Docker build context rooted at the workspace. Rooted at the workspace. I'll leave it alone. Get attributes we need. Get ignore is fine. We don't really need this anymore. Don't need that. VC package we need. Banner we need. CMake lists. So in CMake lists, we don't need... you know, I'm not going to do the APK. We want format and clang tidy. I do want that. Set the C++23, but this honestly should get moved to CMake presets. Gosh, do I want to support WebAssembly still? We'll try and support WebAssembly. I think it's the Android stuff that causes my Docker container to slow down. I think I'm going to turn that off. We don't need this. Okay, cool. Python, AIML. That explains why Python was one of the popular languages. We were looking at the TOBE index earlier today, and Python since 2018 has skyrocketed to be the most popular search language in the world. And I was like, suspicious. And it's probably because of all the AI boom, if you will. I think Python has a lot of like really useful tools. Isn't like Tensor used in Python? Am I making that up? I don't remember. I'm not an AIML guy, so I might just be talking out of my ass. Almond config. I think we want to keep almond install. I think we want to keep. I think we want that source app. We want this namespace Alwyn. All that looks good. We'll leave that alone. I think I'll keep the InScript and stuff. Clang format, clang tidy we want. New install directories. That makes sure we get all of our installation paths correct. What is today's date? 5/15. 5/15. I don't really need this. We're going to turn this off. We will do languages CXX just in case. Some stuff needs this, some stuff doesn't. So I like to just have it and be done with it. TensorFlow. Thank you. I knew it was Tensor something. See, I know what I'm talking about. Sounds like you're more of an expert on that stuff than I am. All right, so app source, we'll comment this out for now. Okay, so that's good. CMake presets. None of my presets should change too much. Like, I can still leave the Android stuff here. I just won't have it turned on. It'll basically be on the, if you happen to clone this repo, it's on you to set up your Android environment. I'm not going to spend a lot of time supporting it, at least not right now. Build shared libs. Let's turn this back to false. We'll leave it a statically built project for now. Just makes things easier for, especially on Windows, for getting your application up and running as quick as possible. Windows, one thing I really like about like Unix platforms versus Windows is Windows, you got to have your DLLs either in your path or in your local directory. So when you're trying to like debug and build your projects temporarily on Windows, you have to make sure your IDE is set up to find all the DLLs your application depends on, and it's just a pain in the butt. Linux, I just like point to an LD library path or something and call it a day. Okay, so this isn't temp. This needs to be source dir. Actually, I don't even think I need this anymore. I only need this for Qt, so I can get rid of that. Is there a style guide that you use to force? Yeah, yes, there absolutely is. I've got a couple of things I use. I use a clangtidy.format file, which is essentially a YAML file, and then clangtidy tool, which anytime I save, so in my VS Code here, I have format right here, editor format on save. So anytime I save the file, if you have the Clang format executable on your machine somewhere, which I do, comes with Visual Studio on Windows. On Linux, it's in my dev container. It will use this file to ensure my code is formatted the way I like it. And then on top of that, from like a naming convention and how I name my functions, member variables, things like that, I have a clangtidy file here where, first of all, make sure that, you know, I'm using modern C++. I write readable code. I make sure I write safe code, like fewer vulnerabilities types of code. It calls me out on anything that is potentially bug prone. So some of this stuff like might seem a little ridiculous, and for like a toy project, it's probably a little ridiculous, but for a large company or a team with tens, 20s, hundreds of developers, this stuff becomes really critical in ensuring you have well-maintained C++ code. And then from like a function naming convention, I use clangtidy to define how I expect functions, constants, globals, macros, enums, member variables, private member variables, how all of they should be named. And then if I don't do that, the code will fail to compile in my software pipelines. And then I set up CMake. Maybe I'll have time to show you, but it's not set up right now. But I have CMake targets that I can run that will scan all of this for me. And then in my GitHub actions, workflows, I just call those targets. So in here, I'm just calling target matrix.target. And then this matrix.target is defined up here, which is clang format check and clangtidy diff. Why a diff? Because clangtidy running all those different checks on your code is really slow. And so in the pipelines, I only run a diff, a git diff, and I only run clangtidy on the files that actually change. That way you get your results not a little bit quicker, a lot of bit quicker. I've spent a a big portion of my career not only writing C++, but managing repositories for other teams to make sure that all developers are able to stay productive. And it's its own thing to make sure, you know, your developers aren't getting stuck on something failing to compile or a test failing to run, you know, things like that. Oh, you saw Clippy? That's awesome. Not everyone knows who Clippy is anymore. Overlay ports. Do I need this? I don't know if I need this anymore. Flex Qt base. I don't think I need this. Let's get rid of flex. We're not going to use entity components. We're just going to do plain old boring object oriented. Let's get rid of this. We don't need this. Don't need this. Triplets. I can keep these here as long as they're not custom. These are all custom. I don't need these. I don't think, oh man, do I need any of these? I don't need this. I don't need this. Microsoft BOB. I actually don't know if I know that one. Uh-oh. What is BOB? Maybe I know it and I don't know the name. Is this safe to Google? Is that it? Microsoft Bob was a Microsoft software product intended to provide a more user-friendly interface for Windows 3.1 95 NT. Oh no! Did you just age yourself? This looks familiar. This actually looks familiar. So, okay, so I know of 3.1. My mom and dad, my dad who led the technology in our house. Our first PC, I think, was a Gateway PC, and we had okay, you're not insanely old then. You're only you've got about you have less than 10 years on me. But I like my family had 3.1. I was a kid. I remember having to, like, you know, CD / on MS-DOS and then type WIN to enter the Windows operating system. And I remember it being a whole ordeal. It was like writing code. And so my family had like a sticky note on how to get into Windows from MS-DOS. And then at some point we upgraded to 95, which required purchasing a second hard drive. So I remember that. I remember Windows 98. Windows 98 and Windows XP I spent a lot of time on, because that's probably like my teen years when I really got into computers, things like that. But I do remember, like, I don't remember what 3.1 looked like, but I remember having to, like, enter 3.1 via MS-DOS. Let's see, triplets. So I need, maybe I don't need triplets. I think simple is better. I'm just going to delete this. I can always add it back if we need to. I do want clean, tidy, clean format. I can leave LLVM coverage. I can leave the Android stuff here, even if I don't use it. So I don't need the triplets. The presets. Do I have any Qt specific? I think all this is fine. I think all of this is fine. Oh, I think my cat's back. I hear him snoring or something. All this looks fine. I think on Windows, though, I want to do static MD builds. That says a target. What about a host? Static MD. Still want Ninja, still want debug, still want a binary directory. All that looks good. I think we're about ready to do this. All that looks clean. I'm gonna go ahead and move these guys into a config folder. Okay, so config. Okay, so we have all that. That looks good. Oh, actually, that's not good enough. I'm gonna need. Where do I put all that together? In here. So binary debug ninja release VC package become config. Will AI help me fix all of this? Yes. Let's go. This is what I need AI for. Just boilerplate typing. Oh my gosh. DirectX is my nightmare. So I grew up playing EverQuest, right? As a kid. And that's the name of my channel is Funnin. Funnin was a druid I had in EverQuest. And to get EverQuest to work on Windows 98, I needed like DirectX 9 or something like that. And you know, like I'm a kid and I know, and I had AOL.com. I had dial up to learn everything. My parents don't know anything about computers or technology. So I had to learn what DirectX even was. When I'm asking my parents for help and they're like, what do you want from us? What is DirectX, right? And trying to find on dial up, trying to find DirectX 9 drivers that would run on your computer, not knowing that a graphics card had to support DirectX 9. I barely got it to work one day and it still didn't really work. And finally my dad was like, "Okay, I'll help you out. We're going to upgrade to Windows XP and it's going to have a gigabyte of RAM and it's going to have a DVD player and it will be 700 megahertz." And boy, did I play the ever living crap out of EverQuest after that. Are these not alphabetized? Crap. Config binary. Nope, that's not right. Nope, you didn't quite get it this time. Okay, all that looks good. I I used to reinstall my family's computer all the time. I had a what is that? A 3.1 inch, 3.5 inch floppy disk, you know, like the 1.4 megabyte one that I called Boom. Like I wrote Boom on it and it had a little had like this little disk tool that you would run in MS-DOS that would write zeros to your disk. And it would just do a complete wipe. It would take hours to run and it would zero out everything. And I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. And then I had to reinstall Windows and get everything up and running again. Otherwise, my family would be pissed. Config, all that looks good. This needs to be sorted though. When you can alphabetize, always alphabetize. Just makes it that much easier to read. That looks good. You're not wrong. I don't know if I knew what a bad sector was back then. I might have known that. Because I used to run, what was FDisk? I used to do FDisk. Is that format? That might have been format. I'm trying to remember. I used to do something that would like test the drives. Actually, FDisk might still exist today. Actually, does it? FDisk. Term FDisk is not recognized. Whew! All right, thank God. I was worried that was going to do something. It's probably a lot harder to actually, like, run a command that would just nuke your drive. Back then, there weren't a lot of checks. You just run it and it would happen. FDisk, okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, disk part, yep. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of check disk? Yeah, because you're right. FDisk is Linux. I don't know. I don't remember. I'm thinking of something that I used to run back in the day. It would have been Windows XP era. Okay, I think cannot be found. Oh, son of a biscuit. I did that wrong. I did that whole thing wrong. You guys let me. I blame you guys. It needs to be a slash, not a dash. Oh, hi Trill. What are you doing? Hmm? What are you doing? Where are you? What are you doing, buddy? Huh? Hi. What are you doing? Are you flopping? Hmm. Okay. Oh no, you want something. He's biting me. Access denied as you do not have sufficient privileges. Yes, you're right. Check disk, I think was what I was thinking of. Pet cameo? Maybe if he'll let me pick him up. As soon as I turn, he knows he's got my attention and he'll walk away. What are you doing? I need to get him a chair or something and have him like, or get a pet camera, have him sitting in the corner. What do you see? What do you see? All right, I'm gonna go see what he wants. His name is Trill. Let me see if I can. How do I send you guys a message? It looks like I sent that to Twitch, not YouTube. How do I? Ah, well. You guys see it in the video. His name is Trill because he trills when he purrs. Come on, buddy. All right. All right. Oh, cool. No errors in the presets, so that's good. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. My family grew up like I said earlier in the stream. My family grew up with like 20 plus cats in a farmhouse. Most of them were outside, and we always tried to name our pets after like some attribute of theirs, something about their personality, how they look, that kind of thing. And when I found him, he just gets so loud, and you won't be able to hear how loud he gets. Hey, Nathaniel. Um, is that all the cleanup I needed to do? So now I'm gonna remove everything here. Reset the repo. Commit. Push. Legend of Keepers. All right, let's see here. Like I said, this version of VC package will not work because it has Raylib 6, and Raylib 6, at least with the VC package manager, does not play nice right now, so we're still waiting for that to get figured out. So what I need to actually do is go back to a stable version of VC package that has Raylib 5.5. Here. So I'm on 427. I think I need March. April. I think it's like March 18th. Yeah, March 18th. So I need to check this out. Check out. Yes. Update my submodule. Revert VC package back to March 18. Let's go ahead and push that. I want to make sure. Thanks, Nathan. I appreciate it. So I don't want to do, or no, I still want to do WebAssembly. I don't want to do Android. Android's been kind of a thorn in my side. It's just a pain to maintain. Guess I could just comment it out for now. All right, I think that's the only mention of Android. I still can do Mac. I can still do Windows. Don't become too big of a fan. We don't need those kind of egos in here. My ego's already big enough. All right. So in my dev container, I want to remove Android, which means I don't need Java. I don't need USB utilities. Oh, and I will be using Ubuntu 26, which gives me access to GCC 16. So if we want to try something out with C++, reflections, I could potentially do it, but it would only be to like try it out. Curl, Clang 22, all that looks good. We don't need the Android emulator. We don't need Java Home. We don't need the Android SDK. We don't need this. We don't need Android Home or the NDK. We do want Emscripten. We want that. We want that. We don't need this. We don't need this. We might need some dependencies back end for Raylib. Emscripten, Android. The folders where I have everything in. What do you mean? Are you talking about the Are you talking about like these CMake preset folders? Because if you are talking about these folders, I do have a video on the way. It's coming along. It's gonna be long. So I'm going to. I thought about making it into parts, but you lose out on some context if I like have a part 1, a part 2, a part 3. You end up missing a bunch of context. So I'm just gonna make it one long video, and then I'm gonna try and add a bunch of timestamps in it, so that if there's a specific topic you're interested in hearing me talk about for getting this stood up, you'll have those links. But it is coming. Like, I'll show you. Where is it? Where is it? If I go to desktop here, let me open up. Right. So I have some edited video that walks through like setting up a repo, starting to write a Hello World app, and it starts from scratch, and it walks you through, getting Hello World up and running, writing your first CMake preset, and then eventually it'll show you like, okay, once you have this, you'll notice you have a bunch of like duplicated lines. So how do you break that up into composable files? And so I walk you through breaking it up into composable files. I do all of that. And then I think I also walk you through setting up dev containers for Linux. So it is coming. And this is part 1. And then I have like a part 2, which is going to be like, okay, now let's do it on Linux. So I kind of go over dev containers here. And I did this stream like, I don't know, a couple months ago at this point. Or maybe a month ago. So I'm talking about a bunch of stuff, setting up dev containers. So this will walk you through basically how I do cross-platform C++ as a professional, which is basically what I'm doing in front of you guys anyway. And it's to make sure that all of your development is happening the same way, no matter what platform you're on. And so then once you get this up and running on Linux and Windows with Hello World, the next video, which I also have edited, goes over using Raylib. actually, to get a Hello Triangle so that you can use like VC package dependencies, right? To automatically pull in any C++ dependencies you might need to get your triangle running. And so I do that for Windows, and then I think I do it for, I do it for Linux as well. And then maybe even WebAssembly. Do I do it for WebAssembly here? I do it for WebAssembly, right? So that is coming. I just need to, I got the last part to do, which is Android. Ooh, I didn't do Mac. Crap. I forgot to do Mac. I have to record it on Mac separately because I need a MacBook. So maybe I need to get that recorded as well, and then I'll stitch it in. And then I will have my first real YouTube video I've ever done. I have a couple of YouTube videos on there that are just kind of like, just tinkering around. But this will be like my first real try at doing a YouTube video. Hopefully someone will find it useful. It will be long though. I think just those first 3 parts is like 30 minutes each. So this might end up being close to a 2-hour video. I don't expect anyone to watch it from start to finish, but I will, like I said, I will have those like links in it so you can just pick and choose what you're interested in learning. But it builds on each other. So like you will need to have some knowledge or context earlier in the video to understand what's happening at the end of the video. And I probably need to come up with some kind of introduction to grab people's attention and be like, hey, this is what this video is about. And that's something I've never done either. Okay. Well, thanks. I'm glad you saw that. Yeah, that was just me tinkering around, trying to get stuff working. It's just not like a huge like attention grabbing informational. There's a lot of like context that's missing, and I know that. Okay. So now I think the next step is getting an app up and running again, not dissimilar to that video we just saw. Let's call this forward on. I think I'll still do C++ modules for sure. I want to remove this from here. You really want all of your CMake variables like this, especially any variables that are prefixed with CMake. You don't want to set them inside your CMake lists. You want them in presets, because if you do that, if someone were ever able to use your library, then you give them the option to change that variable without having to change your CMake configuration. That's the big benefit of presets, is it removes all of that hard-coded variable definitions from your build configuration. So really what I want to do is something like CMake CXX standard 23. See if this works. I don't like how inconsistent I am with the location of these variables. They're all over the place, aren't they? Ever since I showed that guy how to do MinGW, I guess I just support MinGW now. Haven't had a need to remove it. Maybe the best solution here is to sort. And then I don't have to stress about it. No official streaming schedule yet, because up until like this past week, my audience has been like one, maybe two Twitch regulars. Generally speaking, 5:30 Eastern Standard, almost every day. Some days I just need a mental rest because I program 40 hours a week, right? And so then going straight into streaming for another 2 to 3, 4 hours is exhausting. So I am shaping it up to be maybe Monday, Tuesday, or Monday, Wednesday, Friday is C++ coding, or just coding in general. Tuesday, Thursday. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, guys. I swapped to my desktop. I forgot I was doing that. Tuesday, Thursday, I am thinking might be like game night. Most of you are here for the programming, which is totally fine. But game night, I still want to like be streaming to get my name out there, kind of thing. You know, it's you gotta do what you gotta do to try and make a name for yourself. And it at least gives me a way to not have to like think about coding 24/7 every single day, because I literally I will lose sleep if I am just nonstop programming the whole time. So Tuesday, Thursdays, I'm playing games. Currently, I'm playing Baldur's Gate. I don't know if I'll necessarily stick to that every night, because I do get in the mood to play like World of Warcraft or maybe Rocket League, something like that. I don't know if I'll stream Rocket League. I don't know if I'm good enough to stream Rocket League, or maybe some other game I play with friends. You know, that kind of thing. It just depends if anyone has an interest in that. But yeah, so I would say currently Monday, like throughout the week, 5:30 Eastern Standard, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'm gonna try and do programming. Tuesday, Thursday, some kind of gaming, and then weekend, Saturday, Sunday is up in the air. I'm just gonna hop on when I'm in the mood, and if people are around, great. If not, no big deal. I just, working a full-time job, I don't want to burn myself out. No one has fun then. Okay, so that was this one. I need to set these as well. CMake, CSX standards required, extensions off. I appreciate that. I was considering maybe one of the game nights I'll hop on and play like some casual games and see if anyone can figure out what rank I actually am. I haven't said what rank I am. But I will say this. I've been playing for a long time. Longer than I care to admit. And I should probably honestly be better than I am for the amount of time I've put into Rocket League. I'm a big soccer fan, so like it kind of like made sense that I like video games, I like soccer, might as well play car soccer while I'm at it. I also like cars. I forgot what I was doing. Keep getting distracted. All right, I need to, whoops. I need to copy. There we go. So I just need to do this. Oh my god. I need a tool that automatically formats my CMake presets now. I mean, it's just JSON actually. Do I just get a tool that sorts JSON? Will that do that? I think there actually is. Wait a minute. I actually use this on the job. Wait a minute. Oh man. It's called Prettier. 68.4 million uses. Automatically. Ooh, I don't want it to automatically format my C++ code though, so hopefully it doesn't do that. All right, let's see if this sorts. Let's try. Uh-oh. Didn't do anything. Oh, did I break my currents? Prettier is, oh wait, it probably doesn't know which formatter to use. Prettier. There we go. Oh, it only uses 2 spaces. Ugh. I guess I'm okay with that, as long as it's consistent. But the real question is, does it sort? Compile, extensions required. Standard. I don't know if it sorted. Did it? It doesn't really sort. Yeah, that's fair. I prefer to format on save. That's just what I'm used to at this point. I thought it would have sorted. But maybe not. All right. Oh my god. Grief. Oh. Beggars. Never shall die. Ooh, does this? Okay, it doesn't sort or format CMake. That's okay. I think that's a different tool. Okay. What was I doing? Okay, all that's turned off. I don't need to set that anymore. I have an app folder. I need to enable app again. We have a main. I should be able to do include print, auto main, mate, return, standard print, line, hello Awen, with a good old exit success. That should be good. So now we'll see if this works. It's going to build the dependencies for Raylib, which should go fairly quickly, I think. G-test for unit testing, of course. Heave ho. Never shall we die. We got an error. CMake config doesn't exist. That's right, because I got rid of it. So who is including it? Who is including it? Crap. Do I actually need it? I'm gonna disable this for now. Does not contain a CMake list file. That is true, because I forgot to add one. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Really appreciate it. All right, so that generated. One step closer. Something else failed. Unknown target install. That makes sense because I don't have install targets. Runtime, library, archive. Let's try that. All right, we have Hello Alwyn again. We're good. Okay, so let's. Oh my god. Oh, that's right. I formatted a bunch. Working. Hello Alwyn. We'll sync those. Okay. I need to make sure that the Raylib stuff exists and works. So that's usually... Actually, if I configure CMake with VC package, it will tell me what the command is to find Raylib, but it's usually like find package, Raylib, config, required. Ooh, I don't know though. Raylib C. Yes, that's all it is. Raylib, config required, target link library, Raylib, except that isn't right. We just do Raylib. And then in main, I should be able to include Raylib. Don't really need this anymore. Ooh, it doesn't like this. Oh, maybe it's because I didn't... hmm. White background with light gray text. That's going to be really hard to see. Let's do a gray background with orange text. Oh, right. For whatever reason, I think this goes away with Raylib version 6, but with Raylib 5.5, I still have to do this. If Win32, I need to link against WinMM to get access to that beautiful timing code. Oh, and GLFW. I forgot about that. I do have to link against, or I have to manually specify GLFW, especially since I am linking statically. Find package GLFW3 config required question mark. And since we're also linking against static libraries, you always link the library with the most dependencies first, because that's how link resolution works. Because when you're reading your object files or your lib files, you'll have like essentially code stubs inside those lib files that point to another lib. And so if I linked against GLFW first and then Raylib, the linker is going to go look for these functions and it can't find it anywhere. That's why you got to link Raylib first. Okay, so that worked. Compile. All right, let's see if that looks good. It looks good. You guys don't see it because I haven't set up my stream to show it, so give me 1 second. Should see it now. I think we're good. I can't resize it because I think I need to set config flags. Resizable? That's not right. What is it? Flag. Resizable. It's kind of hard to see. Is there a way to? I guess not. Yeah, I guess not. That's okay. Don't really need to worry about it right now. What I can do is 1280 is 1270, comma 7. Let's do 700 and 1260. Nope, not good enough. 1200. I also realize my vertical watchers are probably not seeing this right now. Don't worry, I'll get you. Still not good enough. We are rocking like 15,000 frames a second. No big deal. I'm just good like that. Helps when you have a good GPU. 1150. There we go. Don't really have a way to make it bigger right now, so we'll have to deal with that later. Oh no, vertical people can see this. Perfect. I forgot I already had this in there. How easy is that to actually see, though? That's the real question. Stand by. I need to see. I mean, if you look really close, if you hold your phone up like this, you can see it just fine. I'll have to come up with another way to organize my screen to see all this, but we'll figure it out. Dude, cat, what do you want? Can't you see I'm busy? Working Raylib. All right. Here's what we need to do. We need to make a game engine, which is crazy. But it can be done. We'll just do it the old-fashioned object-oriented way. Hang on. No, I'm not following you. You have everything you need. So some of the stuff I know I'm going to need is signals and slots. But I don't want to use a heavy-handed library like Boost anymore. Another library exists now. And I think it's called Sig Slot. Oh, I don't know if I like this. Oh no. Especially since it didn't actually solve the problem I was trying to solve. Oh no. Now it can't stop. All right, I'm gonna reload my window. Shouldn't do this. Oh, this is gonna get annoying. All right, whatever. Anyway, Sig Slot. I'm pretty sure that's the library I need. We're gonna need to implement a source folder. And inside this source folder, we're gonna need core. And we'll call this object.ixx. This will be the core object of Alwyn. Core. I think that's good. Well, this isn't it. Nope, this isn't it at all. This needs to be like private. Oh, file set CXX modules. There we go. Object.ixx. I don't think I need this. This is ridiculous. Let's do When I'm Alone. Something like that. And this is going to link against the signals, so I need to configure so that the dependencies will grab it. Nobody knows. Nobody understands. What's the naming convention for exporting modules? Does anyone know? Is it capital letter or lowercase? Does it have to be the same as your class? That's something I actually don't know. I might just stick with lowercase. CPP module naming convention. It doesn't look like anything's really set in stone. I might keep it lowercase. It already knows what I want to do. That's funny. Is this the actual library I want? This doesn't... what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Signal slots Q, R, S, SIG, 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 A, B, C, D, E, F, G, SIG match, SIG slot. I'll know it when I see it. Portable, type safe. Because the one I want is very similar to Boost. Port version. How's there not a website? What would the other one be? 6 slot. It's I think this is what I want. Yeah, it's what I have starred. So this is Palicaze. Last updated 10 months ago. Palicaze. You know what? I wonder if that's under something else. Select 73, okay. Seems reasonable. Kind of hard to get that wrong first try. What are we thinking here? LMNOP. P-A-L. PAL-SIG slot. This is the one I want. Crap. Okay, so this is the one I want. PAL-SIG slot. That's not obvious. Oh, it always selects 73? Oh, is it? I wonder if it's because it has the same seed. Hang on. You just do random number between 1 and 100. I got 74. That's still ridiculous. It does hang on, let me run it again. Okay. So what I did is I entered it, said random number between 1 and 100. It gave me 74. My next prompt, I just said again, and it gave me 29. All right, hang on. Oh, I'm gonna throw this cat outside. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You little twerp. Where are you? All right. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know how, like, it's not like, unless whoever wrote the AI code is like handling special cases for, like, oh, if someone asks for a random number, then use the Mersenne Twister algorithm or something like that, right? Really? All right, let me try that. Random number between 1 and 100. New chat. All right, new chat. Random number. What is it? Random number between 1 and 100. $42. I'm using Chat GPT, right? I got 42. The answer to life, as I understand it. Is this still the same API? I'm not paying for my Chat GPT, but I am signed in. Oh, now it's like thinking about it. What? Oh my god, my eye. It itches. Is that right? Does that compile? I mean, does it have an emit function? Yeah, I didn't think so. I think I just do this, right? Why is this not recompiling? Okay, that's suspicious. Oh, you know what? I don't think I ever added the source. There it is. Awan Core is exported, but not all of its interface files sets are installed. What does that mean? Installed targets Awan Core is exported, but not all of its interface files are installed. Really? Interesting. I've not had to create install targets for modules before, so I don't know what this does. Hey Trill. How you doing, buddy? Buddy. You want me to lay down, don't you? I think he wants to lay down with me. I at least want to get this in a good compilable state. So it's missing the awan config.cmake, which is this thing. Welcome back. Current build directory. CMake awan config. Configure package. Write basic. I don't have an awan config.cmake.in. Is it required to achieve an awan config.cmake file? If so, could you write me one? Oh my gosh, Cat, you're ridiculous. What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? Yes, I am currently on Windows 11. For Linux, I use Windows Subsystem for Linux to do my compilation and testing and running. That's what the dev container is for. Reads as an input, generates. Without it, CMake can't create the file. Let me check the project dependencies. Created awan. Okay, so let's see what it's actually doing here. Oh man, so does that mean I have to... Anytime I add a dependency, I have to do this? Well, let's see if it works. Am I on a Google Chrome app? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm not using Chrome or anything. No version specified for write basic config version file. Do I not have a project version? It would be nice if I could just specify the version in one location. But then I think that means my CMake has to parse. What's the best way to do this? I don't have many subs myself. Sometimes you just gotta stream and do something that you enjoy doing. And then if someone else shows up and wants to watch you, then great. If not, not a big deal. I'm thinking I could have CMake parse this JSON file for this version string. That way I'm only defining the version in one spot. Dude, cat, you're killing me. Killing me, Smalls. So I think what I will do... Where is it? It's right here. Write basic package version file requires a version, but my project version variable is not defined. Would it be possible to use this to parse the version string from vcpackage.json so that I only have one file I need to modify? So I think it's just a CMake read file and then do like a string match for version here. That's awesome, Nathan, but don't use my stream to promote whatever you're trying to do. Go do that yourself. All right, so this will read the VC package JSON file. It'll grab the version string. Yes, JSON get version string. Version string, so that works. It'll also set the version here, so that's good. Oh, is project version a CMake value? Okay. No one's saying you're mad. I think you're in your own head right now. Version, project on version. Oh, I need to hit configure. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. There we go. I think you're asking the wrong guy, man. I haven't figured this out myself. I would go on Reddit. There's tons of Reddit posts where people are trying to figure out how to stream. But I'd ask you to stop, please. Otherwise, I'm going to have to hide you away. I don't want to do that. Installed. Share Awin. Okay, so now it's looking like that's working. Yep, there's Awin Core. So now you'll be able to link against this with Awin Core. So that's good. Interesting that I've not used a third-party library that provides modules, so I'll be curious to see how that actually works. We'll have to test that with like an actual game that I make. Dude, cat. You gotta leave me alone. I'm almost done streaming, okay? Just give me a sec, please. Okay. So that's looking good. That's looking good. So I don't need that anymore. Don't need this. Don't need this. I appreciate it. Thank you. If you want to, if you're going to do any kind of like cross-platform C++ at all, CMake is kind of where you need to be, especially when it comes to like the package managers and automating stuff. We've kind of landed on CMake at this point for C++. Oh, the test. Does the test run? I didn't even think about that. Does my test just work? Hell yeah. All right, my test works. Does Clang format work? Clang format runs. Oh, you know what? Am I parsing module files for Clang? I'm not. It's a cat. His name is Trill. He's a twerp. You'll see him around if you keep showing up. But he is a twerp. Don't let him fool you. Okay, so I need to clean this up. Let's just have regex is a pain. Can you review Clang tidy.cmake and ensure it is scanning as well as star.cpp? Not really. I just call him a twerp because he's a twerp. All right, that looks good. Working unit test. All right. So the last piece of this puzzle is, before I go to bed, is let's make sure we're good on Linux. I'm going to hop over to my dev container and see if I can run the application. I almost need like a different theme for my dev container here, so like people who keep track will easily know which one I'm in. Devtron is not wrong. He's Trill is very attention seeking. If I don't pay attention to him, he will start tearing up my rugs. He will start, if I'm really not paying attention to him, he'll walk up behind me and just like reach out with his claws and dig him into my side. He's a twerp. What can I say? All right, so we are currently building the Docker image. Ubuntu 26.04, which will also have GCC 16, which is kind of cool. Looks like we're doing WebAssembly, so I want to make sure WebAssembly is still good. All right, built. A lot easier and quicker to build when you're not pulling in the entirety of Android Studio or SDK and NDK. Okay, so while I'm in the dev container, I should be able to switch over to a GC or a Clang build because I want to test my Clang Tidy and I guess yeah, Clang Tidy and Clang format. This is going to compile dependencies on Linux. Oh, I accidentally disassembled my... I need a new fidget toy because this isn't a real fidget toy. Oh my god, it's falling apart. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, what have I done? Well, all right. This is on me. Let me think. How do I do this? That's still building? Can't tell. Can't tell if this is working. Guess it's working. All right. Oh, we got a fail. Oh, I knew this was going to happen because I haven't installed any dependencies for Raylib yet on Linux. So we need to figure out what it needs. It needs xin Zenorama, xcursor, xorg, libglu1, Mesa, package config. So we need to do apt install, copy, Docker file. Raylib dependencies. Install. Something like that. And then I should just be able to also install it in my terminal here. Okay. GLFW is running. Oh, that was GLFW dependencies. That wasn't even Raylib. That makes sense because this is all OS controls, inputs. That might be good enough for Raylib as well. Compile dependencies Wayland. Good night, Devtron. Thanks for coming by. I am really close to bed myself. I just got a tax form. Like a month after taxes were due. How does that work? Huh. I'm sure that won't be a problem. Okay, yeah, here are the other dependencies I might need. Looking good here. All right, that looks good. I think we're good to build. Make sure we're set to install. Hello, Akrita. How's it going? Akrita? Akrita? All right. So this built in my dev container in a WSL environment on Windows. So let's see what happens if I actually try and run this. Linux, Clang debug, installed, bin. Look at that. I think it's the coolest thing that we can build for Linux and have graphics on a Windows operating system. The whole thing is cool. Doesn't resize very well, but that's beside the point. It still looks cool. Well, thanks, I guess. I still write some things manually. I won't lie. I have started to use AI more, but I still need to have some control over what my code is doing, right? That requires some manualness to it. But if it's like stuff I already know how to write and I don't feel like writing thousands of lines of code that I already know what I need it to do, I can tell the AI what to do and generate what I need. All right. So that was I guess I can also make sure the WebAssembly still works, which I might use AI to help me fix, but I do want to make sure it still works. WebAssembly. Oh, it did not like that. Because the preset doesn't exist? Oh, I know what's wrong. I know what's wrong. Let's try that again. Yeah, you're right. If you don't specify how exactly you want it to write your code, or if you don't give it enough context as to how to write the code, then it's just gonna do its own thing. And its own thing is like what? The average of everything it trained on? That's terrifying. Okay. Why is it still struggling with my triplet? Oh. Freaking VS Code, man. Have to reload your window sometimes. Error during... Oh. I got a preset error. All right, we'll try this one more time. Figure. We It should be WASM. Okay, there we go. WASM 32 in scripting. No longer release. That's good. That's what we want to see. There we go. Now it's building. We want WebAssembly because I'm pretty sure itch.io for games lets you release games as WebAssembly games, and I think it'd be cool if I can get a game up and running to have it in web for people to try out. All right, we're on Raylib. This should compile. Might have to create a new shell.html because I think I got rid of my old one. So I might have AI generate me a basic HTML page to load my banner as a background. Ooh. Oh, okay. Yeah. So with WebAssembly, I can't just link against GLFW because GLF or Mscripten provides its own GLFW implementation to link against. And I'll be damned if I remember what the command is to do this, but it's basically going to be something like if Mscripten I think it's this, yeah. Link flags, use GLFW. Full ES3. Is that like OpenGL ES it's saying? What is WASM1? I actually don't know what these flags are. Okay. So I need to link against, I gotta think this through. I need to link against Raylib first. So this needs to come up here. This needs to come up here. This needs to become an else. So if we're doing WebAssembly, use Mscripten's GLFW3. I have no idea if this is correct, but it looks similar to what I was expecting to see. So we'll see. Use GLFW equal 3. I don't know if that makes sense unless you're specifying version 3 instead of just saying 1 for true. Something happened. Okay. So now I need to set up my HTML suffixes, and I need to install all of the web stuff to a web folder. Oh gosh, I've done this before. Where did I do this? Here it is. Okay. So I need to do... Is this Raylib? What is this? GUI Raylib. Okay. All right. So I actually need to do SU's GLFW3. I don't really need this. I don't even need the... I don't need the quotes. Asyncify. I need that. I need this. Set target properties. Suffix. .html. I think I can do that. So then this will install my web implementation into a web folder. Can I just specify destination web? I guess I can. It does as of like a month ago for GCC 16 specifically. So I haven't tried it yet, but in my dev container, my Docker file here, I am using Ubuntu 26.04, and because of that, I am installing GCC 16. So maybe at some point, if we feel like exploring Reflection, we'll try it out and see what it looks like. I have never done it before, so I wouldn't even know where to begin. All right, I think that is correct. Link against GLFW. Yeah, let's just see what happens. Oh boy. Did not like that. Add library called with shared option, but the target platform does not support dynamic linking. Build a static library instead. What? Am I not building statically? I mean, those are static. Raylib static. Set use Raylib. Raylib use static libs. Oh, do I need to set this before I link against Raylib? I bet I do. Oh. What do I need to do about that? I need to tell Raylib's package configure to use static libs before I link against it, but I only need to do that for Emscripten. So I can move this down. That basically means I need... I could move this here, but I have to link against GLFW after I link against Raylib. So I think the answer is to make this indif. And then here we say if not Emscripten. Well, that's just nonsense auto generation. If not mscript and we link against glfw3. Let's see what that does. Set target properties called with incorrect number of arguments. Screw you, piece of crap CMake. Tell me it's incorrect. All right. Let's try that again. Are you kidding me? Incorrect number of arguments, line 13. What am I doing wrong? Oh, I'm being dumb. That's what I'm doing wrong. These are link options, not properties. Duh. Let's see. Target private, use glfw3, async. That looks good. This looks good. Install looks good. All right, we're trying this again. Okay. We officially have C++ Raylib running in a browser again. So cool. So it runs in a browser. It runs on Linux. It runs on Windows. I will have to make sure it runs on Mac as well. I'll use my MacBook. I'll get that cleaned up. I will push this up. Working WebAssembly. I shouldn't have done that here. It's runs slower in this WSL environment. Come on. You can do it. I'm going to reopen locally. Push up the changes. All right. So here's the deal. After chatting with some of my viewers earlier today, I have decided to try and start building up a game engine application framework mostly from scratch. I mean, I'm going to use third-party libraries where it makes sense to use them. And I'm going to do it in C++. We'll start with C++ 23 because the 3 compilers that I'm using support enough of those feature sets. Can't really do C++ 26 yet. The big reason to do C++ 26 would be Reflection, but only one compiler that I'm aware of supports it right now, so can't really do that. Windows, Linux, Mac, WebAssembly. I could do Android, but Android is a lot more effort to maintain and keep running. And it's also time consuming from just like a compiler standpoint, waiting for builds to run, so on and so forth. So I'm not going to do that for now. It shouldn't be too hard to get things working for it eventually. But my goal then is when I am live streaming code, at least for this game engine, I'll be using C++. We'll probably do object-oriented game engine, not an entity component system. Number of reasons why I would want to or not want to, but just for simplicity's sake, it is quicker and easier to read, understand, and implement object-oriented style engine framework, not dissimilar to how Godot does things. And then if someday we need performance, we can inject entity component system kind of under the hood to get that performance benefit while also keeping the object-orientedness for building up displays and game logic, that kind of thing. This will give me an opportunity to talk C++ because I've gotten a number of viewers coming in asking me C++ questions. And this will be a way to show that off and kind of show how I go about writing code. And that's kind of where I have landed on for this evening. I got this this framework back up and running. It's running on Windows, Linux, WebAssembly. I'll make sure it runs on Mac on my own personal laptop, and I'll get that pushed up. This is available on my GitHub page. I do have a Discord if anyone's interested in joining that. Slowly trying to build up a community, you know, making this like a real thing. We'll see if that happens. What else? I also went over my mobile app today using Flutter for Magic the Gathering live tracking. That's also available on the web for anyone to try out. I'm not going to tell you where any of these links are. You're welcome to navigate my pages and see if you can figure it out for yourself. But yeah, I think that's it. I am trying to stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday will be coding. Tuesday, Thursday is probably going to be some form of game night, so playing some kind of video game. More recently, I've been doing Baldur's Gate, the original Baldur's Gate, but I'm also open to like doing something a little more competitive. Rocket League is probably what I am best at from a competitive game standpoint. I'm not opposed to, you know, shooters or anything, but it's been years since I've done shooters. I'm also a fan of World of Warcraft, especially like hardcore vanilla. I'm currently playing retail with a couple of friends to run some mythics. What else? I think that might be it. I'll probably stream sometime this weekend to keep going on this project. I don't know when. The weekends are going to be up in the air. It's just whenever I'm in the mood for now. But Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 5:30 Eastern Standard. Tuesday, Thursday, game night. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, some type of coding. Either learning a new language or continuing to build out this game engine framework for C++ 23. And yeah, we'll go from there. For those who have hung out with me tonight, I really appreciate it. If you've stuck with me most of the night, you're awesome. And I will catch you all next time. I'll see you.